And all I know, it's been a long time. I was on the sideline waiting for you. We could go to California or anywhere you wanna. As long as I'm with you, I'm alright. And we don't need the drama. We'll find our own nirvana. So run away with me tonight. 'Cause it feels like I'm dreaming when I'm waking up next to you. And my wild heart is beating because it's beating next to you. Let's find something better to hold on to, 'cause we can do anything we want to. And I can't help the feeling that I get when I'm next to you. Ooh, you just gotta make your mind up. Just give me a sign if you want a ride. They don't really wanna know, so we throw away our phones, go Bonnie and Clyde. We could go to California or anywhere you wanna. As long as I'm with you, I'm alright. And we don't need the drama. We'll find our own nirvana. So run away with me tonight. 'Cause it feels like I'm dreaming when I'm waking up next to you. And my wild heart is beating because it's beating next to you. Let's find something better to hold on to, 'cause we can do anything we want to. And I can't help the feeling that I get when I'm next to you.
'cause your mama forgot. I know it hurts. Rolling by the cool kids on the first day of school. I know it hurts so bad. Let it go, let it go. You'll be better off without our breaks. We don't care if you know, we will never let you go. Can't take any more, I'm under control. We won't fight all the time, we'll punch you if you're feeling fine. Yeah, it will go on as long as you want. Laughed at when your girlfriend pulled down your pants. I know it hurts. Kicked out on the first day of your new job. I know it hurts so bad. Let it go, let it go. You'll be better off without our breaks. Let it go, let it go. You'll be better off without our breaks. We don't care if you know, we will never let you go. Can't take any more, I'm under control. We won't fight all the time, we'll punch you if you're feeling fine. It will go on as long as they want. We don't care if you know, we will never let you go. Can't take any more, I'm under control. We won't fight all the time, we'll punch you if you're feeling fine. It will go on as long as they want. Divorced at 39 and she took all the cash. I know it hurts. Laying on your deathbed and can't wipe your ass. I know it hurts so bad. Let it go, let it go. If you don't, you know your heart will break. Let it go, let it go. If you don't, you know your heart will break. We don't care if you know, we will never let you go. Can't take any more, I'm under control. We won't fight all the time, we'll punch you if you're feeling fine. It will go on as long as they want. We don't care if you know, we will never let you go. Can't take any more, I'm under control. We won't fight all the time, we'll punch you if you're feeling fine. It will go on as long as they want.
Think about the times when we were young. Now look at the people we become. Tonight I understand you're not my enemy, enemy. No, lying in the bed right next to you, making me forget what I've been through. Now I can see the light. This is unbreakable.
I've been reaching through the void. I'm easy, the only one I long for, aching through the night. I won't go there, leading me to nowhere. It's clear to me I'm stronger, reaching out of sight. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast, it's insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. I've been meaning to let you know I'm reading the signs you show of hurting, aching through the night. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast is insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. It's over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. Read the signs of a broken man, reaching out of sight. Don't believe the lies that you understand, aching through the night, reaching out for a better life, reaching out of sight, begging you to be my wife. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast is insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast is insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. It's over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it.
I just woke up with a feeling, a choice to make and to believe in. Rest my case, I hope you see it. So hear me out, I'll keep on dreaming. Oh, so it don't belong here.
I go with the wind. The places I've been, I keep them within. Holding on to a feeling so strong. On my own. On my I made it on my My wild heart will forever be free. I'm seeing things you'll never believe, and you know I'm here on my own, a long way from home. It's where I belong, following what is burning in me. On my own, I am strong. I am finally where I belong. On my own, I am made it a long way from home. On my own, I can do anything. Won't you take me for a ride? I will love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first sunlight, and we know it has just started. On and on and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? You know I'm going crazy for you tonight. The sun's around the corner. I want this night to be over. Sun's around the corner. How can we make this go on forever? Make this forever?
please. I need a shot and I'm begging up my knees. The way to fight is one battle at a time. You may have won today, but I'll see you at the finish line. All is fair in love and war. You pull no brakes when you're riding to the core. All is fair in love and war. You best be aware, 'cause all is fair in love and war. If you can't stand the heat, don't come in the kitchen. Bring you pain is my new addiction. Been the other way around for far too long. Now you're gonna find out what it's like to be wronged. Well, all is fair in love and war. You pull no brakes when you're riding to the core. All is fair in love and war. You best be aware, 'cause all is fair it's not too late. I will stay awake until you're home. We've suffered all this time, but all is well tonight. We've suffered all this time, but all is well tonight. We keep searching for that road to nothing at all. This path will tear us apart if we want to go this far. We keep on hurting, even though we've given it all. This path will tear us apart if we want to go this far. If we want to go this She said she couldn't believe why I waste my time on this. Bullshit mentality isn't a thing that I would miss. But I still remember those days when we used to kiss on a lazy afternoon. Cigarettes and bottles of wine, living easy, I presume. Now I can't stop wondering why you have to be so cold, frozen like ice. It's hard for me to really adore your new disguise. The blood is rushing through my veins when we play that game, although it's the same thing every time. You are frozen like ice. Baby, why'd you have to be so cold? She said she couldn't believe why I waste my time on this. Bullshit mentality isn't a thing that I would miss. Now I can't stop wondering why you have to be so cold, frozen like ice. It's hard for me to really adore your new disguise. The blood is rushing through my veins when we play that game, although it's the same thing every time. You are frozen like ice. Baby, why'd you have to be so cold?
There's an obvious end to this game we're playing. I say nothing, you say nothing, and nobody wins. I've been through this a million times, hoping that my heart would give me a sign. Feels like we're both keeping secrets tonight. Do you want me to stay or do you want me to go? There is someone for me, and that someone should know. Always wanted to be completed by another person. An understanding that requires no translation. Here I am once again at your place, trying to figure out the meaning of the smile on your face. Feels like there's something we both want to say. Do you want me to stay or do you want me to go? this game we're playing. I say nothing, you say nothing, and nobody wins. Do you want me to stay or do you want me to go? There is someone for me, and that someone should know. That someone is you. That someone is you. That someone is you. That someone is you.
Held my breath when it came inside. Wasn't supposed to meet this guy. It went 1, 2, 3, boom, and I blacked out. I woke up beaten up and empty inside. All I want is to get back my life. It took 1, 2, 3, boom, then I figured it out. Delta below to the head, to the head. A hard-hitting kick between the legs, between the legs. No more suffering means no more love for me. Found myself in a mindless state. I couldn't care less of how to behave. You got 1, 2, 3 hits in the back of the head. I couldn't help it. He deserved it. It took 1, 2, 3 years. I never saw him again. Delta below to the head, to the head. A hard-hitting kick between the legs, between the legs. No more suffering means no more love for me. No more suffering means no more love for me. No more love, no more love, no more
Eyes down, here she comes. Why do I turn into a shoegazer? Wise up, buy her a cup, and just once be a trailblazer. So I do, I even get her too. Omega sugar, she takes it. Who knew? New friend, let's meet again. We do everything to be cool when the heart is racing. It's 10 seconds of courage. It's a brief moment of faith.
your money and your fancy car. You give it your best shot, throw in all you got. It's just a waste of time. She's with me. Spotlight feels alright, flying higher than a winged mankind. She smiles in penguin worlds. For her love, you would walk 1,000 miles. Just a brief 10 seconds, hope and gut. So leave your heart out, go on and on about your money and your fancy car. You give it your best shot, throw in all you got. It's just a waste of time, 'cause she's with me.
If you could be more, if you could be all that you adore, if you could be far away from here, if you had what it takes, would you run until it breaks? If you tried, could you fix your mistakes? 'Cause I was never really over you. No matter what I
It's what we do.
I'm sick of walking this dog. It's like I live in a fog. Tonight I want something new. I feel the need to get rude. I'm tired of watching the tube. Oh, God, I need some fast relief. So, hey, baby, please, now won't you tell me you feel the same and you want someone to turn it all around and let you breathe. Now it's on. Let's go all the way. I want you to Seems like I've been here before. Oh, God, I need some fast relief, like 3 stacks of pancakes and a day of TV, and I'm already ready to go and be gone. So come on, bring the heat on, let me know that it's on. Let's go, let's go, let's go all the way. I want you tonight, 'cause I wanna get my dirty freak on, alright. Let's go, let's go, let's go all wasted like a Sunday on a Tuesday. I think I need to Mayday, but what would I say? How come I messed up so bad in the first place? I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I've been dreaming with my eyes wide open, never saw the star closing in. So I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I am saying your name. We're messy like ninjas in your bedroom, dirty like the dishes on the table. We're broken like china, but no super glue can fix us now. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I've been dreaming with my eyes wide open, never saw the star closing in. So I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am
situation. Another ball, another chain. The answer lies in the equation. But the question here is, will you lose or gain? Do I wanna know why? Really wanna know why? Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. This is a case of separation. Mistake the bitter for the sweet. And when the world is in rotation, no matter what, you land upon your feet. Do I wanna know why? Really wanna know why? Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. All my life I've been stumbling on. No matter how I try, take one step at a time. All my life I've been losing control. But do I wanna know why? Really wanna know why? Keep on no matter come what may. Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. Oh.
got broken into pieces by someone that you love. You love. Do you feel like you were waiting for the part when life will open the door? The door. There's a silver light at the end of the tunnel. There's gonna be a right time for you, a right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. There's gonna be a right time for you, a right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. When you feel like you have lost it, there's a treasure sitting inside of you. When you're holding on to nothing, you can find it. There's a glow in the dark. The dark. There's a silver light at the end of the tunnel. There's gonna be a right time for you, a right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. There's gonna be a right time for you, a right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. You are never lost, 'cause you can reach it all. And if you're in the dark, just let it come to ya. There's gonna be a right time for you, a right time for you. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya. There's gonna be a right time for you, a right time for you. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya.
Oh, you walk the wire, you pay the price. Oh, you wipe some tears by the look in your eyes. What all my friends said still echoes in my head. We would make the cutest couple. I didn't know you were playing, and I'm just saying you gotta weigh in. This is not something to die for. You turn your back on me, so I turn my back on you. And now we're stuck in this charade. I don't know what to do. Oh, you walk the wire, you pay the price. Oh, you wipe some tears by the look in your eyes. I knew you would try.
can hear you laugh it off. You always said mistakes I left in the past. They know enough to see the blow on us break over sooner than we're gone. And sometimes I think about it all night, staring to the streetlights, wonder where we'd be if nothing would have changed. If we'd have stayed the same, never killed the flame, would we hold our ground? If nothing would have changed, would you take my name, stay here through the rain? Would we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? Drawing from another time, walls of pain that spells out your name. Yeah. You said you had to change your heart, that Albany just left you all the same. I could see enough to know you're better off, and sometimes it hits you when it's gone. And all night I stare into that same light, reinventing our life. I wonder where we'd be if nothing would have changed. We'd have stayed the same, never killed the flame. Would we hold our ground? If nothing would have changed, would you take my name, stay here through the rain? Would we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? One and on the other side, parallel to our life, dreaming of a place to hide and find you in another time. Up it comes and down it goes, seeds will die before they grow. If nothing would have changed, if we'd have stayed the same, never killed the flame, would we hold our ground? If nothing would have changed, would you take my name, stay here through the rain? Would we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground?
It's like a dream when we both get together and feel. Yeah, my mind is screaming now and never retreat. Here is the thing I knew right from the start. Yeah, you are the best part of my red heart. You are the best part. I kinda need a word. Well, I'm into you. And all I know, it's been a long time. I was on the sideline waiting for you. We could go to California or anywhere you wanna. As long as I'm with you, I'm alright. And we don't need the drama. We'll find our own nirvana. So run away with me tonight. 'Cause it feels like I'm dreaming when I'm waking up next to you. And my wild heart is beating because it's beating next to you. Let's find something better to hold on to. 'Cause we can do anything we want to. And I can't help the feeling that I get when I'm next to you. Ooh, you just gotta make your mind up. Just give me a sign if you want a ride. They don't really wanna know, so we throw away our phones, go Bonnie and Clyde. We could go to California or anywhere you wanna. As long as I'm with you, I'm alright. And we don't need the drama. We found our own nirvana. So run away with me tonight. 'Cause it feels like I'm dreaming when I'm waking up next to you. And my wild heart is beating because it's beating next to you. Let's find something better to hold on to. 'Cause we can do anything we want to. And I can't help the feeling that I get when I'm next to you. Will you run away? Will you run away with me? 'Cause I will run away. I will run away with you. Will you run away? Will you run away with me? 'Cause I will run away. I will run away. 'Cause it feels like I'm dreaming when I'm waking up next to you. And my wild heart is beating because it's beating next to you. Let's find something better to hold on to. 'Cause we can do anything we want to. And I can't help the feeling that I get when I'm next to you. When I'm next to you.
Laughed at the mall 'cause your mama forgot. I know it hurts. Rolling by the cool kids on the first day of school. I know it hurts so bad. Let it go, let it go. You'll be better off without our breaks. We don't care if you know we will never let you go. Can't take any more. I'm under control. We won't fight all the time to punch you if you're feeling fine. Yeah, it will go on as long as you want. Laughed at when your girlfriend pulled down your pants. I know it hurts. Kicked out on the first day of your new job. I know it hurts so bad. Let it go, let it go. You'll be better off without our breaks. Let it go, let it go. You'll be better off without our breaks. We don't care if you know we will never let you go. Can't take any more. I'm under
I've been reaching through the void. I'm easy, the only one I long for, aching through the night. I won't go there, leading me to nowhere. It's clear to me I'm stronger, reaching out of sight. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast, it's insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. I've been meaning to let you know I'm reading the signs you show of hurting, aching through the night. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast is insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. It's over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. Read the signs of a broken man, reaching out of sight. So believe the lies that you understand, aching through the night, reaching out for a better life, reaching out of sight, begging you be my wife. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast, it's insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. Hear the sound of the animal, fear the beast, it's insatiable. Lead me on to incredible beats. It's time to be radical. It's over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. War is over now. If you want it, if you want it. I just woke up with a feeling, a choice to make and to believe in. Rest my case, I hope you see it. So hear me out, I'll keep on dreaming. Oh, so it don't belong here.
a road to wherever I want. And you see, I go with the wind. The places I've been, I keep them within. Holding on to a feeling so strong. On my own. On my I made it on my wild heart will forever be free. I'm seeing things you'll never believe. And you know I'm here on my own, a long way from home. It's where I belong. Following what is burning in me. On my own, I am strong. I am finally where I belong. On my own, I am made it a long way from home. On my own, I can do anything. Won't you take me for a ride? I will love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first summer night, and we know it has just started. On. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? You know I'm going crazy for you tonight. Summer's around the corner. I want this night to be over. Summer's around the corner. How can we make this go on forever? Make this forever Won't you take me for a ride? I will love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first summer night, and we know it has just started. On and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? Do you know I'm going crazy for you tonight? Summer's around the corner.
You best be aware, 'cause all is fair in love and war. If you can't stand the heat, don't come in the kitchen. Bring you pain is my new addiction.
We'll stay awake until you're home. We've suffered all this time, but all is well tonight. We've suffered all this time, but all is well tonight. We keep searching for that road to nothing at all. This path will tear us apart if we want to go this far. We keep on hurting, even though we've given it all. This path will tear us apart if we want to go this far. If we want to go this She said she couldn't believe why I waste my time on this. Bullshit mentality isn't a thing that I would miss. But I still remember those days when we used to kiss on a lazy afternoon. Cigarettes and bottles of wine, living easy, I presume. Now I can't stop wondering why you have to be so cold, frozen like ice. It's hard for me to really adore your new disguise. The blood is rushing through my veins and we play that game, although it's the same thing every time you are frozen like ice. Baby, why'd you have to be so cold? She said she couldn't believe why I waste my time on this. Bullshit mentality isn't a thing that I would miss. Now I can't stop wondering why you have to be so cold, frozen like ice. It's hard for me to really adore your new disguise. The blood is rushing through my veins and we play that game, although it's the same thing every time you are frozen like ice. Baby, why'd you have to be so cold?
There's an obvious end to this game we're playing. I say nothing, you say nothing, and nobody wins. I've been through this a million times, hoping that my heart would give me a sign. Feels like we're both keeping secrets tonight. Do you want me to stay or do you want me to go? There is someone for me and that someone should know. Always wanted to be completed by another person. An understanding that requires no translation. Here I am once again at your place, trying to figure out the meaning of the smile on your face. Feels like there's something we both want to say. Do you want me to stay or do you want me to go? this game we're playing. I say nothing, you say nothing, and nobody wins. Do you want me to stay or do you want me to go? There is someone for me, and that someone should know. That someone is you. That someone is you. That someone is you. That someone is you.
Held my breath when it came inside. Wasn't supposed to meet this guy. It went 1, 2, 3, boom, and I blacked out. I woke up beaten up and empty inside. All I want is to get back my life. It took 1, 2, 3, boom, then I figured it out. Down, down below, to the head, to the head. A hard-hitting kick between the legs, between the legs. No more suffering means no more love for me. Found myself in a mindless state. I couldn't care less of how to behave. You got 1, 2, 3 hits in the back of the head. I couldn't help it. He deserved it. It took 1, 2, 3 years. I never saw him again. Down, down below, to the head, to the head. A hard-hitting kick between the legs, between the legs. No more suffering means no more love for me. No more suffering means no more love for me. No more love. No more love. No more
Eyes down, here she comes. Why do I turn into a shoegazer? Wise up, buy her a cup, and just once be a trailblazer. So I do, I even get her too. Well, make sure that she takes it. Who knew? New friend, let's meet again. When do I pretend to be cool when my heart is racing? It's 10 seconds of courage. It's a brief moment of faith.
so red, flying higher than a winged mankind. She smiles in penguin worlds. For her love, you would walk 1,000 miles. Just a brief 10 seconds, hope and gust. So leave your heart out, go on and on about your money and your fancy cars. You give it your best shot, throwing all you got. It's just a waste of time, 'cause she's with me.
If you could be more, if you could be all that you adore, if you could be far away from here, if you had what it takes, would you run until it breaks? If you tried, could you fix your mistakes? 'Cause I was never really over you. No matter what I
I'm sick of walking this dog. It's like I live in a fog. Tonight I want something new. I feel the need to get rude. I'm tired of watching the tube. Oh, God, I need some fast relief. So, hey, baby, please, now won't you tell me you feel the same and you want someone to turn it all around and let you freak. Now it's on. Let's go, let's go, let's go all the way. I want you tonight, 'cause I wanna get my dirty freak on, alright. Let's go, let's go, let's go all Ooh. I'm falling like a hit fly down to your feet, crawling on my knees. I face the concrete, taste the blood in my mouth, but I don't really care. Oh no, I'm wasted like a Sunday on a Tuesday. I think I need to Mayday, but what would I say? How come I messed up so bad in the first place? I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I've been dreaming with my eyes wide open, never saw the star closing in. So I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I am saying your name. We're messy like ninjas in your bedroom, dirty like the dishes on the table. We're broken like china, but no super glue can fix us now. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I've been dreaming with my eyes wide open, never saw the star closing in. So I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I ain't saying your name. I ain't saying your name. Smash the castles made of sand, then we both set fire to the playground. You hold my hand and then you say you gotta go and meet somebody you found. We smashed the castles made of sand, and then we both set fire to the playground. But it's not our fault, no, no, it's not our fault. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am saying your name. I've been dreaming with my eyes wide open, never saw the star closing in. So I blame it on the stars, I blame it on the rain. I am
lead me back to those days when we were happy. We said we would never give up. I feel so lost and confused. Tell me why we have to hit the ground when it's easier to fly higher, 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 higher. Why do we have to fall back down? Hold my hand and I'll take you higher, 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 higher. I'll take you higher. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Now I need you to forgive me for the pain I caused you. Rain will wash away the sadness in our hearts. Lights will guide us to a place where we can start all over now. Tell me why we have to hit the ground when it's easier to fly higher, 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 higher. Why do we have to fall back down? Hold my hand and I'll take you higher, 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 higher. I'll take you Back off, don't go near me, please surrender, 'cause I can take no more. I know you can hear this crying words, so just step back, now let me go, 'cause it hurts so bad, though it feels so good. We can try to make things better. Every night and day, it will be the same. Dry the tears like it doesn't matter. Hear my last goodbye. I am running towards the end of time at the speed of the light. Can't take one more fight. All the feelings that I have inside make me lose my mind. But it feels so good, though it hurts so bad. I could drug you and drive me crazy. Hear my last goodbye. I am running towards the end of time at the speed of the light. Back off, don't go near me. I surrender, 'cause I can take no more. Hear my last goodbye. I am running towards the end of time at the speed of the light. Can't take one more fight. All the feelings that I have inside make me lose my mind. But it feels so good, though it hurts so bad. I could drug you and drive me crazy. Hear my
Another ball, another chain. The answer lies in the equation. But the question here is, will you lose or gain? Do I wanna know why? Really wanna know why? Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. This is a case of separation. Mistake the bitter for the sweet. And when the world is in rotation, no matter what, you land upon your feet. Do I wanna know why? Really wanna know why? Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. All my life I've been stumbling on. No matter how I try, take one step at a time. All my life I've been losing control. But do I wanna know why? Really wanna know why? Keep on no matter come what may. Some say live and let live. You care enough to be free. Keep on no matter come what may. Some say misery loves a little good company. But what I need is to fly high away. Oh.
got broken into pieces by someone that you love. You love. Do you feel like you were waiting for the part when life will open the door? The door. There's a silver light at the end of the tunnel. There's gonna be a right time for you. A right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. There's gonna be a right time for you. A right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. When you feel like you have lost it, there's a treasure sitting inside of you. When you're holding on to nothing, you can find it. There's a glow in the dark. The dark. There's a silver light at the end of the tunnel. There's gonna be a right time for you. A right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. There's gonna be a right time for you. A right time for you. Just let it come to you. Just let it come to you. You are never lost, 'cause you can reach it all. And if you're in the dark, just let it come to ya. There's gonna be a right time for you. A right time for you. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya. There's gonna be a right time for you. A right time for you. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya. Just let it come to ya.
Oh, you walk the wire, you pay the price. Oh, you wipe some tears by the look in your eyes. What all my friends said still echoes in my head. We would make the cutest couple. I didn't know you were playing, and I'm just saying you gotta weigh in. This is not something to die for. You turn your back on me, so I turn my back on you. And now we're stuck in this charade. I don't know what to do. Oh, you walk the wire, you pay the price. Oh, you wipe some tears by the look in your eyes. I knew you were trouble right out of the gate, and now you're standing here, but 2 minutes too late. You played it cool
my name, stay here through the rain? Would we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? Drawing from another time, walls of pain, spells out your name. Yeah. You said you had to change your heart, that Albany just left you all the same. I could see enough to know ya better up, and sometimes it hits you when it's gone. And all night I stare into that same light, reinventing our life. I wonder where we'd be if nothing would have changed. We'd have stayed the same, never killed the flame. Would we hold our ground if nothing would have changed? Would you take my name, stay here through the rain? Would we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? Could we hold our ground? One and on the other side, parallel to our life, dreaming of a place to hide and find you in another time. Up it comes and down